What's up, guys? Another day, more work. The usual. Oh, I'm gonna squeeze that out of the bottle. That was dangerous. Today. We need to clean up the levels. We need to tweak any of our settings with timed platforms. I don't think that'll take very long, of course. And then I want to make like a proper, well, I want to make like an elevator that will work for prototyping. At least something that we can replace the two that we have with. I don't know what the best way we're gonna do that is. And there's one other thing I wanted to do. I don't remember what it was. I'll try to remember while we're working. Oh, let me take some medicine for the phlegm. That's my last one. I think it was my last one. Oh no, I have another one. A package of 20. Sweet. I think we did all the timed platforms down here. I don't remember if we did any. I might have done some of these. I don't know how much I customized these though. I mean, they're not particularly challenging at the moment. Not that they're really meant to be, just, you know, keep the player moving, right? I don't think they need to be so hardcore that, oops. A great start to the morning. I don't think they need to be so hardcore to the point that the player barely has any time to jump. And I think I'll worry more about sections rather than trying to do them individually. Because I think if I gave this one like 1 second and then 5 seconds and then 2 seconds, it would just be, it would be unpredictable and annoying. As opposed to just giving all these here the same timings. Which is probably what they have right now. Yeah, they have 3 and 3 for respawn. Let's go with 2 seconds on the respawn and let's try 2 on the time. They don't have to be equal, but I'm just gonna make those equal. They should feel fast, but not brutal. That feels pretty good. Miralu, how you doing? Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Yes, happy Wednesday. That's the day it is. I can never remember. And I think this one is still 3 seconds, right? Yeah, that one's pretty slow. I might move that one up to, let's try 1.5. That'll be very fast. That'll be very fast. One's pretty good. You're not good. Just woke up. Don't have to go to work today so I can see you again. Oh. You don't have work on Wednesdays? Do you then do some work on the weekends? think these are all 3. Oh, you should work today? Are you feeling sick or something? Try 2 and 2. I don't believe any of these jumps are significantly challenging. No, those are pretty good. Those are okay. I'm happy with those. We have a couple of timed platforms here. These could probably be lowered to 2 as well. We have 3 here, 3 here. Oh, there's no one to open the building. I mean, will you still get paid for the day? Because at least at that point, it'd be like, okay, well, it's could be worse. Get to chill at home. Oh, you won't. Okay, well that kind of sucks then. It's like, oh well, I don't get paid, but I have no choice. With 1.5 on those. That is meant to be a more challenging section. How's it going, Jim? Yeah, the not getting paid part is not fun. You know, my worry about these platforms here is we do not teach the player prior to this that there are these timed platforms where, you know, if you step off of them, they don't continue to crumble, essentially. I'm not sure how to feel about that. And I almost wish we teach the player about that beforehand. Just have them die and poop their pants, they'll get the message. Okay. Is that what the game's about? We'll change the name to Brownlock. Stop ganging up on me with your outlandish ideas. Yeah, these are all set to 5 seconds. They do not need to be that long. We'll try 2 and 2. I don't think anything here is too challenging that's an issue. Ooh! Let me try that again. We'll do that. Make that safer. Oh, I think I forgot to change this one. I think that one's still at 5 seconds. Oh, yeah. there's still a 5 too. Although it says 2. Doesn't look like 2. It did not feel like 2. Oh, you know what? I know what the issue is. I know what the issue is. Hold on. The default is to pull from the data table. I think I need to make that not the default. Now they're fixed. But yeah, I kind of don't want that to be the default. Let's check all that are loaded. Timed disappear. Okay, those are all set to none. These are all set to none. We should be good. There was an action figure with real pants shitting action. Let your game enter that fray, be a first. Well, I shared with you a game that you shit your pants. What are these set to? They're set to 3 and 3. That should be okay. You did your Kotaku research. I'm sorry to hear that. It's not great, is it? All men are enemies is a crazy tattoo. You're not wrong. Oh, missed a quit. Okay, that's good. I noticed there were a couple of moving platforms that angled quite a bit. I think it was some of these here. A little wonky at the start, but it's not the end of the world. That clips a little bit, but I'm not going to give a shit about it. Well, okay, I will give a shit about it because the player is meant to ride it, so I will just move that a little bit. That one's okay. This one's okay too.
You can't spell Microraptor games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
I knew it! All the signs were pointing to it. Well, I think Kotaku used to be pretty reasonably considered. Like, people used to like Kotaku. But it went kind of a lot of the gaming journaling magazines went the same way. They all went the same route. At roughly the same time. And then everybody who didn't like that people were sleeping around and getting paid for better reviews were called names, you know, in Gamergate, and essentially they lied about I mean, there were people who were assholes with Gamergate, but there were also people who just didn't like the fact that there was sex and money involved in getting better reviews. And they wanted more transparency on that front. That wasn't specifically with Kotaku, where it started. That was a different case, but they all kind of fell into that bucket. That was a whole thing. That was a whole thing, wasn't it? I feel good about those. Here we don't really have a whole lot of specific platforms. The player is in no way able to get from here up to here, right? I don't think so. I'll say journalist reviews don't matter as much as they used to, and I think every year the quality of that is dwindling. It's diminishing. But there was a unfortunate time where they mattered a lot, and there was that corruption in there, and so you couldn't really speak out against gaming journalists for fear that they wouldn't review your game, or worse, would review it poorly. And so I think that some developers felt as if they were being held hostage by the gaming journalists. Nowadays, I don't think it matters as much because you have influencer marketing through like YouTube and Twitch, and it's way easier to get your game in front of lots of eyes by just paying somebody to play it and letting, you know, the gameplay speak for itself. That's huge. You also have stuff like early access and playtests on Steam. So I do think that there's still people that look at journalist reviews, but
Daddy.
it is nowhere it is nowhere near the same level of importance that it used to have. I think the worst thing that a game can do is release to journalists early, get a bad score for whatever reason. I mean, even if the game is actually bad, you probably don't want that out there. So I think influencer marketing is way more important than giving keys to journalists early. Nowadays, at least. I still think we don't do enough to push the player over to the right here, but that's just it's a known issue we need to solve. Journalist fuck. Some publishers are good. I wouldn't mind the support of some publishers, but it depends on who. It depends on how. That's a tough jump. Not every game that paid to be streamed wasn't that great. I've known some that paid to be streamed that were pretty good. But if your game looks like it'll be fun, then you will have a lot of people that will just pick it up because they want to try it. And they don't need to be paid for it, right? Devolver's pretty cool. Revolver's cool. Okay, let me see here. I need to disable the roll that breaks things. That's easy to do. Although I don't know where I put it. Probably still in here. I bet it's all under crouch. I bet it is. Double tap to roll. Roll event. What I'll do, I'll keep that hooked up there. I'll just unhook this. Although the multi-input press is kind of fucking up if you spam crouch. I wonder if we could just bypass that. It's a little... It's a little too fast, but I prefer the responsiveness. Accepting that it looks weird. We know we need to fix the camera too. The camera's really snappy and not in a good way. Not important to do right now though. Yeah, fuck it, just leave it like that. This is pretty key to make because it's really annoying right now. Unless we set up the first elevator to work in the same way as the second, I don't mind that. These would be a nice to have but are not important yet. This is annoying, but it might break things apart from lava too, if we do a capsule check like that. I could still try it and see if it breaks anything. The cat should be the sub icon. Do I still have it on this computer? I don't know if I still do. Thought it was a dinosaur. Okay, we did remove the roll. This is priority number one though, is a proper elevator, but I think I will just do what we did for the first elevator. I mean, the player can fall from the first one anyway, right? Because the walls are too thick. It's too close. Well, I mean, that said, It said if the player jumps down to the bottom when they're all the way at the top, then you would have this issue too. Kind of the player's fault at that point, though. The fuck? We could, I want to like hack into the splines just as a temporary measure. What we could do is have it wait on start and wait on end. If I were to tell the spline to wait on start and wait on end, but then tell it to restart, what would happen in that case? BP elevator trigger. We'll expose an F name. Spline ID. I need to reparent this as well to like interactable. Yeah, this should work. Call elevator. Interact to call elevator. We'll give this an ID of level 6 elevator 1. We need like just like a basic mesh for this. Bit too big. Bit large. That's 4 meters tall. I think we can just keep this like 1 meter tall or something. Should just be a wee little thing, you know? Let's say wait on start, wait on end. I still don't think I made a check, so let's just copy this. That'll work just fine. And that'll be on event interact. And we'll say restart platform movement. I think restart will respawn it if it is not spawned. But I also don't think it'll automatically play. I think it'll tell it to wait on start if we restart. No, this should be able to. Yes, okay. That's good. I'm gonna make it a little bit more robust here. Or useful in multiple... No, fuck that. Fuck that. Instead... I'll make this more robust. Rename that to BP. Elevator resume trigger. We'll do that. And we can put a resume trigger up here. Enough that ideally the player shouldn't hit it without being able to stand up on the elevator itself. Although it doesn't really matter. Just a prototype. We could lower it down a little bit. So you guys excited for that that game, High Guard? Releasing soon. The developers have all been silent and haven't said a thing. That must be because they're just so excited, trying to build tension. Okay, so let's wait on N2. Let me jump back down. I mean, this is just not likely to happen, but if it does happen, player should be able to call this, and then... Yeah, very good. Simple enough that it works. What game? The fact that you have to ask that says everything about this game. This was the oh, one more thing game at the end of the Game Awards that Jeff Keighley like was building up hype for like crazy. Ex-Titanfall developers have been working in secrecy for years. And it's basically just your average hero shooter that looks like it does nothing super interesting or new. At a time when people are really tired of hero shooters. And it's releasing in like 2 weeks. Or if less than 2 weeks. And it's just complete silence from the developers. Like, look, they don't even have anything about the game here. It's just not your type. Well, it's not my type of game either. But it, you know, these games are very popular. This genre. But nobody. Why play it? A lot of investor money lost in this one. Game page looks shit. I mean, everything does. I don't think it's a scam, but I do think that they were hoping for some massive world-changing reception. And clearly they didn't get that. Did we do the same thing here? This one's okay. We'll see if it breaks anything. I could increase the movement speed of these though. They are kind of annoying to wait for. I don't think the game is a scam. And I do think the game is fully playable. But I also think that this was not the reception they were hoping for, and best case scenario for the studio, they announce a delay because they're gonna need more money to develop a game. Or they're just going to announce that the game is canceled. It's receiving worse reception than Concord. And Concord was canceled after what, like 1 month of being live? They could just be waiting for the game to come out, but at this point, without doing any additional marketing 2 weeks before release of a game that needs to bring in people to monetize properly, it's at the very least, it's going to be a delay. At the very least. I think more likely we're looking at a cancel. Unless the game is actually fun, in which case people might play it. People might say, well, you know, we didn't give this game a chance. The trailer was shit, but the game is actually fun. That's possible too. And to be fair, I do hope for that. I mean, I watched, what's that game coming out soon? Not Crimson something, right? That open world RPG game? I watched a trailer of that and the game looked like shit. But from everything I've seen after that, I think that trailer was just bad. Like, that can happen too. Damn it. I was trying to do a little bit of like speed running. Oh, the proper speedrunning meta would be to jump over to that side. You might be able to make the jump from this first one over to that one further, I'm not sure. I think you could if you jump right from the edge of it. Oh fuck. For some reason, when my wife was playing, she couldn't jump on time. It was really frustrating her. She had pretty good reaction time too. It's just that she would press the jump too late. Leave it to proper speedrunners? Yeah, I've never speedrun anything. The only thing I kind of tried speedrunning a little bit was Elden Ring once, just to see like how fast I could complete the game. But it, you know, it was so far off from actual glitchless speedrunners. It was pretty fun though. Shit. I mean, what I like is that this kind of gets you right back into the action and doesn't have like some big loading screens or anything. I'm not sure we can maintain that level of speedy recovery throughout the rest of production, but it's nice for the moment. It's pretty easy to lock in. Shit. No, it's good. It's good. I like how it's feeling so far, but that's just me. We would still need to make proper ones. We still need to make proper elevators, but this will do for now. I want to see how this would work.
And if you, in fact, if you look, come to think of it, well, I gotta look at this myself.
Wow.
Wow. What a view.
What a view. What a view.
I'm gonna come.
Ooh, do it. When we hit we should be able to get the edge.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
Shiitake? Wait for this color palette to leave. Don't worry, it will. It will, not for a while, but it will. Rex is working on the assets we need for the beautiful corner. Let me turn on my let me turn on my tick checks, and we're gonna see where we're hitting and where I could realistically spawn this this capsule. Let me test it somewhere reasonable. Let's try it here. The capsule check I think is done. It's not from the middle, is it? Don't I draw from the bottom up? And we do this check here, right? I'm wondering if I could draw it somewhere. Like there-ish. Where's my capsule check? So I do add the capsule height to the Z. So I think it is being moved up from the middle. Because we're drawing it here, but then moving it up. So if we wanted to draw it from this point, although it would have to be moved out by its radius. That could be done. I just don't like the thought of this test because there'd be so many considerations. And it might ruin the feel of the game. Colors remind you of tacos? Pretty good. We'd have to only run that capsule check if the player is falling. We have that information. Is it possible to trigger... Yeah, like that. It's only run when the player is falling. That's where it looks weird, because here it would just be a regular mantle. Like that. That's okay. It's the falling grab that looks weird. It's not, it doesn't break anything, and it's not like the player isn't supposed to do that. It's just, it's the choosing of the animation based on the fact that the player can grapple onto it. But it does force the character's mesh beneath the, it forces beneath other artwork, other meshes. And so it clips into it. And in the case of, like that, in the case of the lava, you know, it looks weird because the player is basically climbing in lava. I don't think we don't want to disallow the player from climbing if they're falling, of course. But we could do that additional capsule check while falling as a consideration to say, well, does the player have enough space where they're currently at to perform that climb, or where that animation would be played from? Which would essentially be, you know, if I'm jumping up to here, let's say. We're doing our capsule check up here, and it's all good, but I want to do a capsule check here as well to see if the player, while falling, actually has enough space to perform the animation in order to grab it. And if not, we just don't run it. This is the one that gets, yeah, this is the one that gets the platform XY. It would have to be run after this one. And it would be the same setup as this, but instead of plus 91, it would be... it would be a minus 91. No adjustment for curved surfaces needed. I don't need to do the additional plus 2. But I just want to run it for now to see what this looks like. I don't need to do that, hold on. We also need to move it away from the wall, so it would have to be whatever the radius is. Radius is 35. Did Michelin Man used to be blue? I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. What do I look like, a Michelin fanboy? I mean, we have the line here. We have it for this line trace. I need to get minus 35 along that direction. Wouldn't I just be able to... grab this same info? Well, no, I could take the... It's all coming from the capsule component of the player. Would I be able to use the normal somehow? Like find the hidden world space and use the normal to draw the capsule in the direction from the... I should be able to do that. What's the math for this look like? Because the normal tells us like what the edge we're hitting is. And realistically I should be able to use that to aim a vector. And then I can just multiply that direction. But I don't know if I can get like a direction from a normal, right? Like rotation from normal. Plane from point and normal. That would be world space. Andre, you might be able to help. Location normal should allow me to take a world space vector and point it in a direction, and then I could just multiply that directional vector to find another world space point. Correct? Basically doing a line trace, well, drawing a line without doing a line trace up. I have the point, I have the normal that I want. What is this looking like for me? What would it be called? Look at rotation isn't going to do it. Multiply the normal and add the location. Would multiplying the normal work like that? I thought that might be the case, but I'm not sure what that would end up with. We can try it though. Right. Is the normal a normalized vector? Should be. Yeah, it should be normalized. We'll give it a shot. We're just going to draw it for now, so we'll see if it looks good. Oh yeah, that does look pretty good. I always overcomplicate that. Okay, I don't know where I drew that one. Oh, I think it's because I put it on the wrong... Hold on. There's two mantling checks that we have, and I might have put it on the wrong one. Or I didn't put it on the other one, so I don't know if it'll draw it. Well, it is having the problem that I thought it might have. Which is that it's going to harshly respond to any clipping. I'm not sure how to feel about that. well, no, it would still have the issue because it was only meant to prevent clipping with falling. I'll show you what we're trying to prevent. And I don't know if this is just, I don't know if it's worth it because it isn't game breaking. It's just kind of slightly immersion breaking. That right there. If you are falling and you can perform a mantle check, it will just move your character into the mesh, so it doesn't break the game. It's technically working as it's supposed to, but it just looks weird. And I was gonna say, hey, while we're falling, do a check to see if we can climb onto something like that. But leave it. I would definitely at least leave it for now. It's not important to worry about. Especially because if I implement it like this way, it would have prevented us from climbing up. Because it's clipping with a slightly curved surface. I could fix the angle, but that really only works on these uniform meshes like this. And for anything that might have a bit of a complex geometry, it's gonna look bad. It's not important to fix right now. Known unknown. We know we want to do it, we don't know how to do it. But that can be a future task for programmer and maybe animator too. That we can work with. For now it would just be way too harsh. And I don't think it would improve the gameplay. It would just improve immersion, but if it's at the cost of gameplay, then I don't want to do that. Too many false positives with it. In fact, more false positives than real positives. Nope, not worth it. Not for now, at least. Good to check at least. Yeah, we did see there was a negative scaling issue. I thought we had kind of fixed something like that. I don't know if I can recreate the issue. Sorry. If I can find out where that's happening and I can just absolute value the scale, which should help. Wherever it's using that. I don't remember where it was happening. This isn't having any issues. Apart from the camera snapping, but that's separate. Oh. Oh, there it is. So my leading theory is that somewhere it's using the scale and it needs to be absolute valuing it. And isn't. I could be totally off base with that thought. And it only looks like it's on some parts of the vector, not all of it, for the scale. There's a lot of shit that it does though in the mantling. A lot of macros. Get the mantle assets. Okay, that's just for playing the montages. It's component world to local. That is a full transform, so it would include the scale. I mean, it could be anywhere here, to be honest. For sure where it's building the location and rotation. Animated start offset, actual start offs. Let's try this. Let's try this. I want to see where that draws. Where does the error begin? Looks like the location that you'll end up on, which, with this being so thin, is kind of hard to see it. For the world space target, it's the target. Let me see what it looks like in a normal. If it draws in the same spot or something else. It's hard to use. I think that's where your character will end up. It might just be the rotation that's the issue, not the location. It all comes back to the transform being fuckered. And that's for use in moving objects anyway. But I can't rule out that the world space, in the initial world space grab is wrong. I could print out the rotation just to see. Okay, we know this one works normally, so the rotation on that, minus 90 on the... There's minus 90 there as well, so that part is consistent with a mesh that is not negatively scaled along that axis. So as I can see, 0, negative 90, 0, 0, negative 90, 0. Whatever the issue is, I don't think it's happening there. The actual start offset might be the... Let's just fuck around with it. What's the worst that can happen? That didn't fix anything. Make it a 5. I mean, it must be this because this is where the actual animation starts at relative to the target transform. And this is the one that's off based on the scale. The mantle target rotation didn't look weird, did it? Get rotation X vector. The X direction vector after this rotation. No, it's got to be in this step. It's got to be in this step 4. From this direction, right, it was negative 90 that we needed to be. But I don't know if that was relative to the... object, or if that is world. Gotta be relative, right? Just, it's weird how scale is playing into that. Because at least if the location where the animation should start was wrong, but the rotation was still correct, then we would be mantling, you know, inside of it, but still facing the right direction. But we're not facing the right direction, so the rotation is wrong. And in some weird way, it feels like the scale is affecting the rotation. Where does it use this? I want to try something. Oh, that was supposed to be negative 90, wasn't it? Not 90. What is doing the lerp? I can slow it down. I think it's like it's trying to... that was weird. It tries to go to the mantle target, right? So that the start... Where does it lerp to? Lerps to the mantle target. Calculating the lerp target here. Initial blend in controlled in the timeline curve to allow the actor to blend into the position correction curve at the mid-joint. Prevents pops when mantling an object lower than the animated mantle. Maybe I'm misinterpreting that the scale is... Yeah, it's got to be hidden in one of these macros. These macros just aren't very... There's no smoking gun here. I see it fucking with the scale, but at no point do I see the scale... directly messing with the rotation. Yeah, this did supposedly fix a problem for mesh rotation, but it caused another issue for me. What if I hook that back up? Well, it definitely doesn't fix the problem that I had. Did I just confirm that that's the issue? And it's just on the Y, which is the... Well, it's scale, so that would make... But it's specifically on the Y. I don't see it on the yaw at all. Or not on the yaw, but the Z for the scale. Fine here. Fine here.
You can't spell Micro Raptor Games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
Thanks, Donald. Oh, it does... Even when the X is -2. But not the Z, huh? He really is... does have a good voice for memes, doesn't he? Oh no, it does it... Wait, let me undo the... It's completely normal. For X and Y on scale are fine. D is fucked up. Looks fine there. What if I rotate it like this? Looks fine there too. Yeah, the camera does snap in place. I know that issue. That will have to be fixed. I'm not gonna mess with it for now, but yeah, I do want that fixed because it's annoying. Really, really annoying. Okay, does it happen when it's rotated like this? Yes. So it's only when XY scale is negative. Z scale does not matter. And it's only on two sides that it's occurring, or That could just be due to the rotation not having anything special here. Oh, it gets even fucking weirder. Holy shit, dude. It's so broken. And if we unnegative everything, wait, did I mess up something else? Oh, it's because I had it locked. Hold on. 2.6. Unnegative the scales. Totally fine. Okay, at least we've isolated exactly which scale values are causing the problem. X and Y on the scale. I did notice a node fucking with the X and Y. This is so weird. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Could it be the local space? I don't really know what the proper code should look like, so I don't know where to look for the problem. One of the many negatives of using somebody else's assets in your game, unfortunately. And that's why I have red flags when people use assets. Just transforms. Okay, let's go back to it being broken. Because at least we know how we can get it working. This should be significantly broken. Yes. Let's just try some things. Fuck me. I mean, we're using the world space transform in multiple places. Where is this set up from? Where's this world space pulled from specific? The local variable. Okay, it's a local variable. No, it's pulled in. Pulled in. Target transform. If I can fix it here, by the way, I will immediately go and fix it for Immersive Sim Toolkit too. I won't wait on that. That'll be quick. I unhook something on accident? Yeah, okay. Wait, how was this hooked up before? I'll save that and I'll undo it. I don't think I changed anything in there, right? Fuck. I'm starting to think I'm barking up the wrong tree. I mean, maybe the scale is modifying the rotation somewhere else. Mantle height doesn't seem to be the problem. Mantle height seems like it's working. Starting offset is just the vector. Height, play rate, start position. That seems fine to me. Feels good when shit just works, but also equally sucks when it doesn't. Yeah, I'm unsure of the relationship between the scale and the rotation, or at least let's say maybe the scale and the animation. It's so weird how this is affecting it, and I don't see where the connection is being used, because it's like, okay, well, scale is completely unhooked here. Mantle target is being hooked up. That would have a scale into it. This is just a transform minus a transform, which... I don't really get how this is needed when there's, I think, an existing transform subtraction node. Mantle target is being set from the ledge world space. if I've absolute value of the world space, I don't see at what point. Maybe with the inversion, sure. Maybe I'll just step through. Maybe I'll just step through and see if I can find where it's... I mean, it's a lot to step through. I have a negative on the Y scale. I do think the translation is fine. It's primarily the rotation at which we're starting. Maybe I should have checked what the values were on this normally existing and climbing from the same side. So we know what it should look like when it's working. Rotation is 0.9 on the Z, 0.39 on the W. Let's do that. So it's set the mantle target, that's equal. Actual start offset. Fuck. Fucked up. Okay, got that one in. What's next? I'll just focus on kind of the top level values. This is the animated start offset. What we want is for both of these to be equal. is possible that the issue is spawning from multiple problems. That's fine, that's fine. Update some enums. Ooh. Let's start with these. Mr. Agent, use PRF? Yes, I do use PRF. I probably could use that instead of this right now, but we're gonna keep the paint dream alive. Never forget. I'm spaghetti. I guess it wouldn't hurt to... Is this equal to anything right now? It's equal to the original mantle target. Use paint in so long. Return to tradition. Reject modernity. You know what, let's start with these. Let's start with these ones. We know that these are the expected. These are the good values. What happens if I do the same thing here? What are we looking like? Did I... Hold on. I did not get the mantle ledge, world space, or local space from this one. A little hard to see that W. I think we're fine. I only really need to see the first few things and if it's negative or positive. I think that'll be a good start. Okay. Okay, that's the good one. The non-fucked up one. This is the fucked up one. Our translation might be a little bit different, of course, because we're working with different world space. If we wanted to keep that consistent, I could move the other one over. But let's just get the first round of numbers. Take it from there. And then we need our 4 transforms, the animated start offset, actual start offset, and mantle target. So these 3. Fuck off. Moving them so they're lined up. Okay, actual start offset. And then the animated start offset. Alright, where's Waldo? Game was good, thanks. It's just the block out. And then we're fixing this bug because this bug is annoying me. we need to take a look at these two things and figure out where the negatives are. Where's the issue? Mantle target. Our rotations are the same. Translations might be different, that's okay, that's expected because they're in different world space. Scale 3D is fine. Mantle actual start offset. Scale is zeroed. The translations are fine. And rotations are pretty much the same, nothing to write home about. Animated start offset. We have on the translation, this is local, I believe. So now this could be important, is we have a difference of 100 on the Z. For the translation. That is odd. That should be in local space and we're working with identical meshes. Discrepancy found. This is papers, please. Discrepancy found. Explain this, Joji. Whatever his name. Georgie. Something like that. Mantle Ledge world space. Translation will be different, of course, because it's world space. However, our rotations look fine. Scale is okay. Mantle Ledge local space. I see negatives there. And I see dramatically different values. Oh wait, that's the translation, never mind. Rotation. There's a bit of a difference in the X. By 0.2 units. And the Z by 0.2. But it's 0.2. It's like, that's not... I don't think that's anything significant when it comes to rotations. I don't think that's the problem here. We'd be looking for something that is like 90, or I'm sorry, like 180 degrees difference. Completely bonkers. And the only things that I see are the ones that are circled, or the ones that are significant enough that it could cause a problem. The animated start offset kind of makes sense, but the lack of rotational differences between the two is weird. So weird. Let's start with the animated start offset. Grabbing the target location and the mantle target. You notice problems with that though? Well, it's the same thing. It would just be rotation minus mantle parameters x, y. Multiplied by the starting offset. Calculate the animated start offset from the target location. Okay, I'm curious. I'm gonna hard code a minus 100 into the Z on the translation. I'm just curious if that actually has any positive effect. Or anything noticeable, I guess I should say. Obviously only going to work on this one side. Unknown. 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 This is the only other one that stuck out to me. Local space mantle ledge. You could try absolute valuing that and seeing what happens. again, I don't really see anything noticeable and positive. I can do it, but because I don't really see anything positive going on, I just don't see a need to do it. Maybe these are small little things that compound on top of each other, or when the actual lerp occurs. It's weird that between these three transforms, the only discrepancy is this one translational value. It's very, very odd. It's possible that it's an issue with the mantle updating. We know that the place where the player is supposed to start is wrong. But I would think that that would be the animated start offset. That's an offset. I'm curious what the first hit of this looks like. This is the incorrect one. I mean, this is a quaternion. And I guess small rotational differences in that could pretty significantly impact it. If I'm not mistaken. Doesn't say that though, does it? How come it's stored as a quaternion here? But if I break it, it translates that to a degrees. Wonder if that has any effect on it. I don't think it should in this case because we're not really going to be hitting, we're not really going to be dealing with gimbal lock. I wouldn't imagine that the internal quad to rotator, I don't think that would be the problem. Though we know, of course, that the rotation is the entire problem. Interesting that the scale of 3D is so absurdly big. What is that scaling up? I mean, it's not even using that, so I guess it doesn't matter. Just using the location and rotation. Yeah, it's just like it's rotated me to some crazy amount. Those are almost like facing the poles though, if that's that. I wish I could easily visualize where that's pointing. But as it's almost 0 and 1, if it as a quaternion, then it's got to be like near pointing up or down. I wonder, it's like the actual start offset looks good. I think the issue is coming from somewhere else. It's Xbox. What do you mean? Rotation's fucked here. It's got to be the mantle target, right? No, because even the rotation and the local space is fucked up. It didn't look that way here. No, I guess it does. Okay, I will say, maybe looking at these now as quaternions, this is a pretty significant difference. This is minor, this is major. God, it always comes down to quaternions, doesn't it? I didn't even make this math. This isn't even my bug. That's somebody else's bug. Fuck. Let me see something. Let me just. want to throw these down. I want to see where these are pointing. And if they match up with the error one. Oh, internally, that's weird. So if you set a quaternion to a local variable, it internally changes it to a rotator. Well, that's kind of annoying. I'm gonna do it this way instead. Okay, the first one is the correct one, right? I'll try to get it relatively accurate. I think it was 0.0468. 0.752. 0.65 roughly. The second one, which is the inaccurate one, 0.24, 0.71, 2. First one was negative, the X was negative. Okay, do these point in the directions that they're damn near identical? I thought quaternions were represented by like 1 to -1 in all their values. I don't understand that. When you have such a unless I'm mistaken on that, which is possible. Maybe not. To be fair, these are relatively large differences. Just on the roll. But the pitch and yaws are nearly identical. But I wonder if the roll being so different is part of that. The roll wouldn't... Roll might impact us. I mean, like, look at that. It's not a small difference. And that could be what's like angling our character. In that way. You'd think that would be more noticeable here though if the rolls were dramatically different like that, but it doesn't really look like that. But I guess in this case it's because of it's just rotating it like that along its axis, so it's hard to notice. But since our character isn't symmetrical like that, it's easy to notice that this is probably that -146 or whatever. Whereas that's the 179. Which is not the only problem that we see with this mesh. But I do wonder if that's the case. Yeah, because if we kind of like boil this down to fewer than 90 degrees, right? We're looking at like 56. Is the player angled at roughly a 56-degree angle? And I'm thinking yes. I'm thinking yes. How do we fix that, though? What is the input to build that local space structure? I know it's in here. I know it's in the world to local, right? And it's potentially this, which I thought we added to fix something else. But I don't know what it originally was. I don't remember if it was like this, and we added the invert to fix another problem. Maybe not. Maybe that wasn't it. I know we fucked with something, but it might have been this local to world, and not the world to local. What if we do the... I don't know if we tried this before. I know we tried the absolute value here and here, but I'm wondering if we need to do the... If trying the absolute value at the world transform and plugging that into the inversion would do the trick. I know I'm so clung up on the absolute value, but I'm really feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Okay, that's... It fixed the rotation issue, but now we are mantling on the wrong ledge. However, I'm starting to figure out exactly where it's being caused. Okay, my thinking is that the scale was of course being used to determine the rotation that the mantling should start, but it's also determining the location because of the you know, if the scale is backwards, we need to invert the start location from where it is in that local space. I can try something. I have a potential idea. If it's less than 0. I'll make it look all pretty once I get it working. For now, I just want to put functional. If it's negative, we want to use the original location and not the... Wait, this wouldn't even be done here, though. Let me follow through with what I was going to do. But I don't think it's going to fix it. I think it'll just introduce different bugs. We'll just see what happens. I'm expecting new bugs. Wouldn't you know? That's exactly what happened. Who'd have ever predicted? Okay, this is a start. Fixes lucky rotation when mantling objects with negative scale. Does not fix lucky location. LOL. Ofefe. Okay. I'll just keep it below it for now. It's a start, though. Start. I think I know why. I think it was getting the correct location before. So we still need to use the correct. We can't allow the modified local space that this is about to go into be used to affect the starting position. Let me find all uses of the LS. Because if we don't modify the world space, although I could always... We could do two things, but let me see where it's used first. In mantle update. Yeah, this would make sense. We don't save the world space, but we could save the world space. And just run this again. Or I could do... do this. Is this used anywhere else? This component, world to local? I'm doing a search. It has like the ML, so I'm thinking that it's only for mantling. No, it's only used that one. Okay, let me do something else then. That way I don't have to make two macros. A little bit ugly, but it'll be fine. Here we can say, yes, absolute. The scale. Or we do it after and I just uncheck all this. Now that I'm thinking about it, do we need to run this twice? Probably not. That just adds additional overhead that isn't necessary. We'll just leave this like it was. Take out the boolean. Resave. And I will go like this. mantle edge LS. Split that. Transform over here. Make connect up component. Okay, and then we need to use the regular LS, not the absolute value. Or no, we need to use, yeah, we need to use the regular one here, not this one. Switch it over. That looks fine. That was the only point I believe that was used elsewhere. And maybe that will fix and play the proper location and the rotation. Wait. I know the problem. I moved something out wrongly. No, it's okay. That's meant to have been fucked up because I fucked up. I'm just going to make a separate one of this. A component world to local. ABS the scale. I'm gonna do it the way that I was gonna do it initially. It adds a little bit of overhead, but I think our plan would be to nativize this anyway at some point for performance. It's imperceptible, honestly. I thought I fixed the rotation. Wait. Did I mess up somewhere? Or was it because the absolute value was fixing the mantle target rotation here? And I was misinterpreting where it was actually being, the fix was working at. Oh, that's interesting. Everything about the location is... needs to be inverted around. Okay, so yeah, so that is where it is fixing the rotation, but also fucking with the location. Maybe I can... maybe I can combine this data. There'd be an easier way to do this. Wait a sec. Yeah, but the rotation and location should be the same. Am I wrong in thinking that the location and rotation would be same here? Well, must be. Must be. E6, negative 31, negative 26. Oh, yeah. I want the rotation from that. Holy dick sucker, I think I've done it. That was a trial by fire, wasn't it? We'll need to do more testing, which I can do now. But by the baby Jesus' left testicle, I think I have done it. I think it is fixed. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is that, like 3 bugs we've fixed in the ALS system now? Looking pretty good though. Thankfully, I didn't have to do anything with quaternions. Ooh. Let's go try it in the second room. Where is there a lot of mantling? Probably in here in the vents. Be a good place to start. Okay, the good news is now that we know that the calculations are proper, I can make that a little bit easier on us. We do need to have 2 separate transforms saved. I do not need to use the custom structure. Or I could just leave it as it is. I mean, I don't think that there would be a significant number of cases where when you're building out your normal level, you would have negatively scaled meshes. To be fair, that's really something that's only seen in this blockout, but I don't think it's wrong to have fixed that just on the off chance. Regardless of whether or not the bug would be visibly seen in most average scenarios, the bug is still the bug. The bug is now squashed. And I'm not seeing any other anomalies or weird shit happening. So it looks fixed. Although I was careful after I noticed it to not scale meshes negatively. Imagine you make that jump. Some speedrunner's gonna figure it out. Let's go back to the box that I was testing on, and I'm going to negatively scale it in every direction. Then this one is positive in every direction. We will just make 100%. Please, 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 please don't have an issue. Oh, thank you, Lord. That was a mess. Alright, let's backport that. Let's delete all this bullshit and we'll backport that to immersive sim real quick. Before I forget. I'm on the right branch. Work. Okay, so that was... I duplicated the macro. I made a separate one. Added this. And... we use the ABS scale in mantle start. And then we're using the location from the regular transform and the rotation and scale from the absolute valued one. Okay. To be honest, I think I kind of stumbled upon that solution. But I am glad that I did it myself and I didn't, like, use AI. I'm proud of myself. I'm going to tell my mom that I did that. She's going to be like, I don't know what any of that means, but I'm proud of you. Okay, set. Just move this up a little bit. This is the world to local. Yeah. And then it was a mantle update that we needed this, right? Yeah. Yarp. Location from that, and then the rest of it from here. Okay. That's been backported. Backported. Fixed to negative scaled mesh mantling from Redlock. Okay, bug fixed. Only 2 hours of work. I had written put in documentation to not use negative scaling on meshes or just fucking fix the bug. We fixed the bug. Bug is gone. We have a simple solution for the elevator now. We'll need something proper later. Okay, we needed, okay, to prepare a build, which we could get done today. We 100% need to have like a little startup message that the player can click for telling them what they should be looking out for. And I wouldn't mind if there was an ending screen when you reach the top of the level or how long it took you to do the whole thing. And maybe number of deaths. Like just some very basic stats that I can track for playtesters to easily screenshot and share with me so I can, you know, kind of better identify problems. Those two things would be nice. Just basic metrics. Very basic metrics. We'll do a startup screen first. Do I have somewhere where I am... No, I'm not forcing the input on the window yet. Maybe what I'll do is I'm going to merge everything from the blockout into main. And I'll do a separate branch where I can make these things. Do I want to? I'm thinking like I could hard code some shit in for player input handling. Although I kind of do it with the checkpoint. We prevent the player from having any input here. I'll just copy what I do for the checkpoint. Why not? But I will still merge domain first. I'm still gonna merge. Finished with level 6 blockout and fixed bug with mantle. Merging level 6 blockout to main. Your new branch, and this will be preparing, or maybe not preparing, but simply okay, startup message. Oh, maybe I did make yeah, focus input on UA, focus input on game. Okay, this should be a bit easier than I thought then. Already made some functions. Isn't it nice to have functions? Okay, let's do a size box and double border. Border patrol. Size to content, we'll do an override, anchor that in the center, 0, 0, alignment 0.5. Outer border padding of, let's go 2, not content color, brush color black, inner, block padding of 5. No, we'll just do content padding of 5. Make it look simple. Let's go with a vertical box. Set this to gray. I'll pull the same gray from my checkpoint. I like my gray. We should have our black border on there. I'm not seeing it because I have no padding. Okay, let's go text, image, text, safest would be a scroll box. And then I'm going to do another vert. X. Duplicate that image. Maybe I'll duplicate it after I set it up. Give it padding universal of 10. Size Y of 2. Now duplicate that. No variable. Fill bottom. Oh wait, this was supposed to be a button, not a text. We'll put text inside the button. Actually, why did I set this to... Fill? Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Okay, rest of it should be good. It'll look good on the average monitor. I'm not going to worry too much about non 16:9 or, you know, close to that resolutions. Ain't nobody going to be playing it on that anyway. Okay. Redlock. Blockout test. Just write it quickly. I'm not going to worry too much about how it looks or... I don't give a fuck. Okay, welcome to the Redlock. Walkout. Yes. Make a multi-line. Okay, shit. Or I can make it rich text, but I really don't want to set up rich text right now. Let me write it in here. Should we copy the text that we have on the game command? Pretty short. Just a reintroduction of what the game is for people who might be playing this for the first time. Yeah, let's do it. We're looking for feedback on the following points. Are the levels interesting? And thematic. That's probably not the most important one. I'll reorder them after we write them. Are the levels fun? Is the character Is the character enjoyable and maybe like well, I think keeping it vague also kind of just lets people talk whether or not they had fun controlling the character. Anything related to bugs? Well, I don't want to say any bugs because there's some bugs that are bugs unrelated to the above 3 points are not important right now, and any visual artifacting or missing also not a focus of this playtest's desired feedback. Please take a screenshot. The time failures window at the end. Try that. It's fine how it is. I will set. It's fine. People can't read that. Although we need to wrap text. Forget about that. Alright, we'll have that pop up at the start of the game. We need to make sure not to auto start the timer until that point. So we'll pause the game when this pops up, which should pause the timer at 0. And we'll we need to make sure to do that at the end too. Yeah, Ongrim. With playtest? Well, thank you. I mean, if you want, you can join. I don't know if you're a big fan of platformers and precision platformers, but if you are, let me know. It's just the block out, and if you don't fail too much, it might take you maybe 30 to 60 minutes to complete. Roughly about that point. We don't want construct, we want uninitialized. I'll use the pause on here. Probably not the target audience. No worries. If you like lore-driven games, you might like watching somebody play the game, and you can enjoy the lore while watching them fail. Is that a better option? Sounds pretty good. Okay, that's perfect. That is great. I think that's part of the fun too, right? You get to enjoy the... Like, imagine if you don't like playing story-driven RPGs, because you don't like RPGs or something, but you like the stories. Yeah, it's pretty fun just to watch somebody make the decisions and see the cool cutscenes. This will be this won't have like cutscenes, but it will be a lot of environmental storytelling, cool characters, cool world. You'll get to enjoy the lore through like audio logs. It'll be very easy to listen to while somebody is raging out, say. Okay, I do think that the game time does respect pausing, so if we simply build this at the start in our startup level, we should be okay. can't imagine that being an issue. Not the most robust for a final version of the game, but good enough for a play. For me. I want to do... Okay, I want to save a little bit of information here. Very, very simply, I want to save playtime to reach level, or to reach maybe second section. Let's just say section 2. Then time to reach section 3. So then we can extrapolate how long it takes because we'll have a final time. So we'll do final play time. I also want, this will be a little bit more work to set up, but we have a lot of time left. I think we are going to have the playtest ready today. We'll do failures in section 1, 2, and 3. Although it's a little bit hard, I can only count deaths. Only count deaths. Not really failures, like if you fell off of a platform. It's not the most perfect of metrics right now, but these should be relatively easy to set up. So 3 floats and 3 integers, we'll save them in the game instance and we'll read them with the final pop-up. What we'll do. Okay, that looks good. Rather than make functions for these, I'm just going to call a game instance and set them directly. The good news is I could either hook into the checkpoints, but I think instead of hooking into the checkpoints and fucking with their logic, I'll just make a new temporary actor with a box that does a play once and sets that. Should work for now. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay, new folder, we'll just call playtest. We're on a separate branch anyway if we need to undo this. BP underscore section 2 trigger. Section 3 trigger. Fuck me. Although I probably could just make this the second one and then just duplicate it, right? Name it. Okay, let's do that instead. Box collider. Event graph. Box. On component begin overlap. Other actor equals. Get player character. If true. Get time play. What was it called? Not time. Get elapsed fuck was it? Game time. Get game time in seconds. Do once. Get game instant. This was section 2. That. Destroy actor self. Beautiful. Okay. I mean, it's a do once anyway. We don't need to destroy itself, but whatever. Okay. Do me. Who did the music for Dredge? It's such a good soundtrack. Who made that? We're listening to right now. David Mason. Did a great job. Shout out to David Mason. Okay, we need the final game trigger. Here we can tell it to build the final widget if we want. I do not have a pop-up with that at the moment. We need to make that. Unfortunately, I don't have the MVVM setup in this project either. Which would make a couple of these things easier. It's fine. It's fine. We're ahead of schedule. Okay, death handling. Let's make the widget first.
And if you, in fact, if you look, come to think of it, well, I gotta look at this myself.
What a view.
Wow.
I'm in the Quality Leering Center, by the way.
What a view.
What a view. Quality Leering Center. That might be one of the best memes of the year so far. Quality Leering Center. Wasn't that technically from December though? We'll count it. It deserves recognition. Okay, we could... We need to include the stats here. I will include a game exit button, a restart button. I will let the player continue playing and we'll set a checkpoint at the end of the game. We captured a foreign president. I feel like that news went by fast. It kind of did, didn't it? We spent more time on Diddy. What are we gonna do with Maduro though? They like mentioned that he needs to like you know, face justice. Well, what does that mean here? Is there gonna be a trial that everyone knows is probably a sham trial anyway? I mean, it's not that it's incorrect. If you ask me, I don't think the guy deserves a trial. But we know what the outcome is gonna be. We know what the verdict will be. So the question is, what do we do with that information? You go to Guantanamo Bay? Alligator Alcatraz? Isn't Maduro in the same cell right now as tons of other people? They basically have celebrity prison. I could swear he's in the same prison as other famous individuals. Klaus Fragments, thanks for the follow. You take a break at all? No. Why break? Being held at Notorious MDC Brooklyn. Yeah, it's the same one that currently houses all these guys. It's got Maduro, Luigi Mangione, Diddy, R. Kelly, SBF, and Bankman-Fried, El Chapo. I mean, maybe some of these aren't here anymore, right? Ghislaine Maxwell, Al Sharpton, Michael Cohen. When are they going to start the what am I thinking? The reality TV show? What a silly place. Maybe I'll just copy this for now. Delete these. We'll say, you know what, let me write this too. Now, before playing, I hope you enjoyed the blockout test. Here are your stats, and then we'll have the stats in there. I could shove them in here. I could do a find and replace if we really want. Oh, it's just where you go while you're awaiting trial. How long will it take? I imagine they would expedite, right? They're not going to be like, well, you have to wait for Jimmy Fastfingers who, you know, stole some Mentos from the 7-Eleven. He's got a trial ahead of you. Damn, Jimmy Fastfingers. Ooh. To screenshot this, send it in our Discord. We can evaluate. Tweaks/changes are needed. Feel free to continue playing or play again if you wish. Good enough for me. And then we'll do a few buttons down here. We'll do B, resume. B, quit. I need to put this in a horizontal box. Jimmy wouldn't be in the feds. Don't underestimate Jimmy. Don't speak poorly about my man. I'm gonna make a Discord button too. We'll just say resume. Quit. Restart. We'll put a Discord icon. I think I do have an icon for Discord somewhere. I'll just throw it in here. Why is it all yellow? The fuck? Who put the piss filter on it? Like some weird format? PNG. The hell? Oh, it's in the world normal map. Why is it in that texture group? What's the default texture group? I don't know if that matters though, does it? The fuck? You know what, let's get a different Discord icon. That's a silly one. This one is better. It's a WebP. Are you serious? This worked in my other game. Maybe Colton Chronicles that. I'm doing this one. Watch this one have the same problem. No, this one's okay. Okay, let's put some space between these. Or we can tell it to fill if we want. Then I have to tell those to fill. Let's just put some padding on. It look like 20 padding. Doesn't matter. All right, let's use initialized. Pause the game. Okay, be Discord on released, quit on released, restart on, resume on release. Resume should be easy. Restart should be easy too. We can just simply open up a level. I think. Quit, exit game, or quit game it's called. Discord, open URL, launch URL. And I need our URL for Discord. Okay, that should be it. And here we will simply create widget, playtest finish. We're nice and fast. Faster the better. Let's give it a test. Code an actor? What's the issue with that? Or a playtest with something that only needs to appear here. Oh, I need to give the player back their inputs. Yes. So let's not denigrate use cases until you know what the use case is. Okay, that's good. That it should work. Double check. Input none. We'll double check that that's there. Oh, I need to hide the traces too, because I will be doing a development build, not a release build. I could, to be safe, throw the focus input on this. Well, I think there's a lot of people who are hyper-focused on doing things the right way when there is no need to do it the right way. The difference is I'm going to have my playtest out today versus people who try to do things the right way and they'll have their playtest out in a week later. Start. Why did that place the player beneath the level? That's an interesting one. It's like it's zeroing the player, but not starting them at the start of the game. Awkward. I could just teleport the player. But no, we're not going to be worrying about scalability right now. We're on a separate branch. We're doing a play test. I only need these things to exist for this. Why wouldn't opening a level from object reference automatically put the player at the start, though? Why wouldn't that occur? Why is that being retarded? I'll just teleport the player. I could even get the player start. Bit hard-coded for now. Why wouldn't that happen? Why wouldn't that? What kind of sugary poison are we drinking today? No, we have no sugar. Sugar-free. Never done that to me before. Fucking awkward. I don't even know if I can get the level start. Maybe you can. Just grab an actor by class. Or just, actually I could just grab the reference directly to the player start. A little bit old school, isn't that? Get the full transform. Or I can just grab the rotation separately, it doesn't really matter. Fuck off. Get actor. Actually, I think it's called get world location. Or rotation. Never mind, it is get actor. There's one that is get world, and you cannot grab the actor separately. Because of course, they had to name them separately. We're fine. We're fine. There's one case, I don't remember what the specific use case is, where you cannot get actor like rotation. You have to get world rotation, which is the same thing. But, you know, add it to the list of things that they haven't fixed in this engine. Good enough. That restarts the time too. Perfect. Beautiful. Fast, fast, fast. Faster the better. Fucking go. What was I missing? Quit should be fine. Discord should be fine. Pause, pause, pause. Good, good. Beautiful. Done. Let's get the triggers set throughout, and we need to get the replacement on finish. We need to build this. Let's just do a find and replace inline. That'll be the easiest. I don't care what we name that. Get the fuck out of here. We'll set up MVVM at some point too, because that's going to replace all of the stat showing in the HUD. And the more that we can replace that from old school hard references to any widgets, the better. We do that in the immersive sim toolkit, and that's way better than the old methods. If you ain't using MVVM, you are behind the times. Okay, get my text. Let's go to string. And we will do a place inline. I could do a simple, it doesn't matter. I can just copy these. How many do we have to replace? There's 6, right? I think VR will die soon. I think VR will still have trouble being adopted, which is what the problem has always been. It's been about cost, space, comfort, and adoption, which all leads into adoption, right? There's a lot of people without the space to do VR, even if they want it. There's a lot of people who don't have the money to do VR, and there's a lot of people that don't like having to wear a VR headset for hours upon hours. And you could even add on to the fact that there just haven't been that many game-changing VR games that warrant adopting for that price, that loss of comfort, and the space requirement that you need for it. Well, you say games will sell the headset like with consoles, but I don't know. I think consoles are a little bit different because consoles are about convenience, but you lose convenience with VR. And you don't get to play all your games in VR with that. The most interesting games that I've seen for VR are like some that are like all about immersion, but then who wants to pay hundreds of dollars for a game that's just about immersion? Half-Life Alyx was the most interesting one that was actually a game, but I don't think people are going to be going out of their way to buy VR just for one Valve game that releases every 10 years. No, I think people did buy it for Half-Life Alyx, but that's literally the only game that I can think of that would make me want to buy it. But even then, who has enough money to buy the index for one game? Everybody and their mothers, back when I went to GDC in 2018, I think it was, 16, somewhere around there. Everybody was spending money on VR games. All the investors were pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into VR, and look where it's gotten us. I mean, what do we even have for adopt? I don't think even think it shows adoption for VR headsets. No, it just shows that the Quest is the most popular with index at 13.35. I wish it showed adoption ratings. It's 1.5 to 2% of users. Dude, that's horrible. That's so bad. It's really low. That's so niche. Yeah, but do we think that 3% of or 3 million Steam users are buying all of the VR games? Probably not. Like making games for Mac? I don't even know. I mean, it's hard to use Steam hardware surveys to see what people are actually using for their operating system. But even the number of people using Linux is higher. And you could even argue that probably the number of people using Mac. But it is similar. Very similar. The new Steam VR thing when it comes out, I'll probably never play any games on it. What's like a recently released VR game that we can look at High Guard. Ways to play VR titles. Okay. What's one that's only VR? VR only. New and trending. Mostly negative. That'll sell. VR. 40 reviews, 93 reviews, 26 reviews, 13 reviews, 73 reviews. Yeah, there's no way in hell that I would spend any amount of money developing a VR game with it like this. I'm gonna be real. Is this VR only? Because at least there's a reasonable... Some of these say VR only, but they have ways to play it without VR. So this is VR only, so it's like everybody who owns a VR headset is buying shit like this. So niche. (2019, 2020, 2016, 2020, 2024, 2020). Like one or two games actually seemingly worth purchasing are coming out every month or every year with that are worth VR. That's nobody's going to spend that much money on a headset to play like 2 or 3 new games a year. That's really niche. We need to convert this to... Oh god, what's the node for this? Time seconds to string there. What's that return value? Oh, the number of recurrences, okay. We don't care. We need CCVR. I don't think that game would be very good in VR. That'd be fucking horrible in VR. If it was a shopkeeping game, maybe, but... I'm pretty sure there's already an Alchemy title like that, but it's very different from Chronicles. It's just It's just like a puzzle game essentially, and not an RPG. There aren't really many good RPGs in VR for, I think, obvious. And 95% of your VR time in Shape Lab or Gravity Sketch? Okay, Gravity Sketch kind of sounds like I should know what that would be, but why don't you tell me what both of those are? I've always felt like doing 3D modeling in VR could be pretty nice. But of course, that's not a game, right? Okay, yeah. So that's where I could see use cases for development being pretty cool. VR was Apple's first failure in like 40 years. Yeah, how many people actually bought that dystopian looking headset where they were just like sitting in a train just... That's pretty cool. I think 3D modeling in VR is pretty awesome. I think that's pretty awesome. Okay, let's see. Deaths in section 1, 2, and 3 we need to replace as well. Again, a dumb way to do it, but these will be the metrics that I really need right now. Million better ways that I could. Did I see DMs? I didn't see any DMs yesterday. I know I got some, I just didn't look at any of them. I'll link to the YouTuber. I'll check that out, but on like the weekend. I try to save business stuff for like the weekend. Okay. Fuck these. Turn. That should be good. If we trigger that right now, it should just show a bunch of zeros, of course, but as long as it replaces them. Not replace them. Why didn't it replace them? I wonder if that reference grab is being wonky. Oh, because we never set the text. Well, no, because it's passed by reference, so it should be changing it. What the hell? Okay, backup option. I don't care, just connect it. don't think that works. Okay, I'll do the other version. I'll do this one that I know works. I didn't set the tech, but I changed it. And I fucked it over to a local variable. Get in there, bitch. Too busy, gotta go play high guard. I don't have time for this. Perfect. No, I'm not playing high guard. Why would I play high guard? Who's playing high guard? I'm not playing high guard. We'll let the player actually unlock. The checkpoint. Okay, section 2 trigger, section 3 trigger, we'll just shove up here. Good enough. And final game trigger is right. Yeah, we'll just shove it right there. Okay, good. I'll add the checkpoint too, just for the sake of if people want to mess around a bit. I think I'm making save games at 2 weeks into a prototype? Who the fuck would do that? I'm making a bullshit save system. Not until... I don't know where I put it. Not loading. Now it's loading. Thankfully not there. Quarter 2. Quarter 2 we're doing that. But no, I would not make a save system at 2 weeks into prototyping. It'd be a waste. Okay, checkpoint's there. Trigger is there. We need to capture deaths. This should work, though. Oh, I can double check. I can run up to... Nah, I'll assume that it works. Yeah. I didn't make a bug. Don't acknowledge it. We'll do a simple test here for the lava. It's kind of annoying. I didn't separate the lava. I want to test this. Gotta be the simplest implementation. I could use a different material. I don't want to do that. That sounds annoying. I could tag the actors of lava. Is it possible to filter actors in the outliner? At a matrix view. Good. And that should include the... Oh, maybe. Maybe. Why would the static meshes be different? These are all the cubes. We shouldn't have different static meshes. I want to filter by the ones using the proto orange. Oh, it pulled these in. Can I remove those from the view? Kind of annoying. I'm showing the material here. Why am I missing that? Maybe I can't. I might just have to grab them manually. That's annoying. Really? Oh shit. Okay. Well, that would be an easy way. Unless there's some hidden, barely used, barely talked about setting where I can just grab every actor in the scene using this, but I don't think there is. Select actors using this asset. Well, well, well. How the turntables. Okay, let's do this then. Exactly what we needed. Let's turn off the layers for 2 and 3. We'll start with just 1. I have to move those. The how the turntables is a reference to The Office, where Michael Scott said that. If you're curious. Okay, edit components beautifully. Beautifully done. Where are my tags? Component tags. Let's just add level 1 to this. And when we die, I should be able to grab that because we're doing it through a line trace. Should be able to grab the actor tags and filter in death to there. Theoretically. I can test it. Where's my player? Oh, yeah, it's an Office reference. I don't remember when he says. I think it was when he came back after being like let go. I don't remember when it happened. Where did we put the lava check? Would have been in the tick graph, wouldn't it? Unless I threw it in the child. I might have done just so I kept it here. I don't remember where I put it. There it is. Temp death code. Okay. So for the lava, we're doing a tick check. I might have to modify this a little bit. I might have to modify that. Or we can add... No, I might have to modify. Unless we save the... what the player is standing on. I don't, but we can. Okay, in the dress code, background, component tag. I will get components by class. Going to get the static mesh component, sorry. Get the component tags. We know it's just gonna have one, so we can just grab the first one. I can't do a switch on FNIC. Oh no, I can do a switch on FNIC. But you could only do it on string. Might have been added recently though. I call it level 1? What did I call it? What did I call it? Yeah, level 1's fine. These are just temporary anyway. We can default out. We can default. Better safe than sorry, right? It's fine. Game instance. I think this is grabbing. I think I could set by reference. I'll just do it the old school way though. Just to be safe. Yeah. I'll do it the old. Temporary. Not worry about how it lines up. All right, cool. I think this should handle it. Let's just finish getting those tags set up on the components. We'll need to reset those two. We can't forget we need to add a reset to the game instant for those stats. The other ones, the playtime should be okay. The deaths need to be reset though. Alright, Blackout 2. Edit. Get all of them. Some of these the player can't die to, but it's okay. It just won't ever trigger on those ones. Should be fine. Okay, looking good. I will just throw something on the game instance directly. And we'll zero these. Playtime shouldn't matter because even if the player does restart that, it'll set new times. I don't imagine that would be a problem. This way. Okay, lastly, I need to fix the placement of these because I didn't put them in the right sections. Oh, there it is. And the checkpoint's in the wrong data level, data layer too. Just remember that. Those are fine there. Or is it? Oh no, because it was I copied it from level 3, so no, we're okay. Awesome. Awesome. Good. Did I delete the? I did delete. Okay. I will put a final checker at level 2 just temporarily. I'm gonna put it over here. We're gonna get to level 2. And I'm gonna die a couple times. In game? No, not in game. In real life. Bye-bye. But and the world felt no loss. I'll go the easy route. I'm not trying to fail here. I'll die once in level 2 as well. Just so we can get the testing for that. I thought I did. Wait. I thought I disabled the roll. Apparently not all the instances of it. We don't want the roll. I guess there's some other way it triggers. Maybe when you're falling. Yeah, it must be when you fall. Get that shit fixed. They implemented the roll in a stupid way that it locks you to a surface while you're rolling. I fucked up. Oh, and I forgot to move this thing too. Son of a bitch. Forgot to move the crystal. Crystal shouldn't be here. We can salvage it. Okay, oop. Okay, we gotta move crystal, disable the falling roll, and turn off my phrases. Why did I do it? Why did I take this time skip?
Wrong.
Why did I take the time skip? Only idiots do time skips. Don't clip that out of context. Send it to future speedrunners of the game. Real voice there for a second. No time skips. Don't care about the virtual shadow maps. Shut up about them and don't care if I have large shadows. Oh no, my large shadows are causing such heavy GPU times of 6 to 7 milliseconds. Obviously, we will care about that at a certain point. But not right now. I'm not doing the NVIDIA fork because that's on like version 5.0. I think there's a plugin to allow it for 5.3, but I'm not. We do not have the resources or time to maintain a custom engine fork. That would be really stupid of us. Especially one that's so old. I've seen the Vite fork. I think it's pretty promising, but also it's meant for very specific titles, and I think it's meant for very, you know, titles that it's going to work extremely well for, not for us. We need to leverage Nanite and Lumen. Okay, this looks good. This looks good. I did die 3 times. I died once. Let me restart. We'll try to reach this point again and see if it properly has reset everything. So let's just try not to die. Just to be on the safe side. We will do ECL. Just walk through the walls. This crystal was as far as my wife got, and it took her 8 minutes. And that's what happens when you get somebody who hates these kinds of games and is not good at them to playtest your first level. Which I kind of expected, so. What are you gonna do? How you doing, Moonbase? Good Wednesday. Happy morning. Actually, no, it's afternoon. Time flies when you're bashing your brains against advanced locomotion system bugs. But we did fix it. That brings the total up to 3 bugs in the ALS system that we have to fix. Or we had to fix. I don't know if they fixed that with the mover. I have not tried the new version of it using mover, because I've heard mover is still pretty buggy and shit. The nice thing about emissiveness affecting GI is that it's done in the final capture and does not affect performance in any meaningful way. The bad part about it is that is the main cause of smearing. Especially in high movement scenarios like that. With low lighting conditions. Good for a playtest, not for a final game. It's good to me. Okay, fixed crystal. Number 1, can't forget that. Crystal fixed. Second thing was our trace. Debug, we need to turn that back off. Right, I'll put it in here. 100% blueprints for now. For now. Way faster to prototype. Okay, those are turned off. What was the third thing? The third thing was... I forgot. I forgot what the third thing was. It was... fixed crystal. Traces. Look at something I had to delete. Wiring you $1. Hey, I do have $1. I don't got much more than that, but I do got $1. Oh, what the fuck? On the route. Things missing on the route. No, it was the rolling. It was the rolling. Am I playing Heroes music? Yes. Might be in the core. I removed it here. Where did I not remove it from? I wonder if it's this. Yeah, we're good. Good. Future thing, we can fix that camera jitteriness. I think that's going to be a common complaint. I commonly complain about it. Nothing to worry about right now, not impacting the playtest. Let's see if we can do a build and if there's any issues with that. And how large it's going to be. Hopefully not too big. Where'd they move the building up to? I thought it used to be on the bar up here. Moved it. I don't think we should have any build errors. Although I will double check for... any sort of thing popping up. Yeah, I don't like the new UI change that they did with 5.6 or 5.7. I miss it being up here. Way nicer. Probably a plugin that can put it back. Okay. Yeah, none of this is important. None of that should prevent building. bitched at me about. Pools? No, I don't want it there. I want the packaging. No package here. Here, it's in platforms. We don't need debug, so development should be okay. Why can't I package it? The fuck? Oh, that's retarded. Can we put it back up here where I didn't have to click on 5 million things to package it? The fuck, Epic? Jesus Christ. Why move it? It was perfectly fine up here. There's probably some stuff I don't want to build in this. Multiple targets. No, it isn't. What are you talking about? I'm being a dick. Build setting. Hold engine. What are you talking about? Targets? Why did they do this to me? Why is it not in here? I don't even see it in the engine. I haven't touched anything related to packaging. Why would there be an issue? Hold on. This music schedule one. The default engine. I know there's multiple game targets, but I renamed the project. Oh, that shouldn't matter. The only thing. I don't even see this section though. Oh no, let me try it with the ship. That one is on me. I renamed the project. And I did it the lazy way. It's been bitching at me for about map. It doesn't like that I reference an actor with an adapter. It shouldn't be an issue, but well, it might be an issue in the build version. I can move it out of there if that's a problem. Fuck off. Give me a sec. Try that. I mean, that might throw an error too, but at least if we get through this first one, I can fix that problem. We're good now. Now it's just bullshit in the intermediate and saved. Because of course it was. I might need to update SDKs. Hopefully not. We'll see. We have mesh blend added. We're gonna use that. That'll be visible in our beautiful corner when we make that. That's gonna be really good for us for building out levels. And it should be a pretty cheap performance cost. I wonder if I can toggle it during runtime. The performance fix. Of course. Let me see. What is this? Unresolved external symbol. It is, but I probably just need to update some of my SDKs. Let's open a Visual Studio and see what it shows. don't care, just open it. I don't care what you open, just let me open it and... God, it's annoying. $5 GB for a glorified text editor? What are we doing, Microsoft? Is this vibe coded too? Hope this isn't installing on my C drive. Oh, probably is though. That's not too bad, at least. Be worse. Oh, little SSD. It usually tells you if you're missing certain things. I don't know why it didn't tell me that. Kind of dumb. You're not racist, but you're gonna be switching to Russian Linux distros? Why is that? This takes so long. I was sending vibe coded Rust to Linux kernel, but only to the super recent versions. I feel like people who use Rust would be extremely offended that they're gonna vibe code Rust. But the entire point was so that Rust, you know, you could have like a super safe, secure, update protected set of code, and now you're just gonna outsource that to something that might fuck it up. Why'd you do that? I'll be curious to see what happens to all the game developers learning to develop in non-C languages. What's gonna happen to them when like Roblox starts losing popularity? I get so many Steam keys sent to me. Oh, I would play this actually. That's the one nice thing about gaining some notoriety on Twitch is getting free Steam keys in your email. I got one recently called let me find it. Plinko. Then I have another one here for Hidden Keep. But that's just access to the demo or pre-release. That one does have an embargo though. You can grab it. I don't know if I think they'll stop sending me Steam keys if I do that. God, this is taking forever. A fucking build. I don't really like Satisfactory.
Daddy.
I found Satisfactory's use of the 3D space kind of boring. Like, it wasn't bad as a factory game, but it's just boring to like move around in the world. And it was annoying having to travel so far to get new nodes and stuff. Shapes is good. Shapes I really like. Shapes 2 is great. I feel like Shapes and Shapes 2 especially do something different. And they're much easier to pick up and understand without requiring this crazy grind. I mean, I loved Factorio back in the day, and I still think Factorio, if you ask me, is a bit better than Satisfactory. Okay, where's my... Not in extensions, is it? Where is this shit? It always pops up when you're first using it, and then it doesn't pop up anymore. Any tools? Oh, what was this? I need to see my installed... Why are you up there? What is this? Kill me. Are these automatically updated? Maybe when it does a full update, it includes that. I already have that. Close and restart again. Sandistry? I don't know that one. Give a restraining order against Factorio. What do you, my dad? Hope it's not mesh blend causing an issue. Shouldn't be though. Now we look Gucci. I did try to de-bloat everything, so I hope the build isn't going to be too big. Sandistry. Let me take a look. That was published by Hooded Horse. I know Hooded Horse. That looks fun. I'm down for it. I like it. You can also play it on itch. Man, my nuts itch. $438 packages. Let's do it. Oh yeah, I do have UDS. UDS will be removed. We'll be pulling it out. That's gonna add a little bit of bloat to it. Not too much, but a little bit. That's where most of the compilation's gonna happen right now. Oops. Oops. We were initially planning to use UDS, but now we don't need to. Most recent game I'm playing is Tainted Grail. This is pretty good. Although I'm like killing every single NPC that I come across. I'm probably not experiencing the game the way it's supposed to be killed. But they gave me the option. And when I see an NPC that I meet early having really good gear, and you tell me, yes, you can kill this NPC and get his gear, what do you expect me to do? Just walk past him? No. I don't care if his sword is going to become useless after 5 more hours of gameplay. I want it now. I don't care if he was essential to the story. Yeah, it's like all UDS. I could remove UDS, but I'll keep it in for now just because it's working. I think the next milestone, we're going to be replacing it with our intended star and lighting setup. So it's either the second one or the third one, something like that. Well, it's not going to include this because I'm literally going to delete ultra dynamic sky and weather from our project. So it isn't going to include it. Use that sword to kill the next bad guy and still be ahead of the people who are running around with a pointed stick. This is true. It's a pretty good game. It's a bit janky. Like it feels very AA, but it doesn't feel bad. And I think the combat does feel pretty nice. It's kind of what I wanted from Elix, but it's more well made than Elix. What's wrong with the UDS? Nothing. But we don't want it in this game. We don't need it. It's way too complex for something that we won't be running. All we need is a mesh in the sky with a directional light. That's it. Everything else from UDS it would be wasted. We have no weather. We have no rain or snow. Nothing. What's the name of the other game I mentioned? I didn't mention. Did I mention one? Hentai. Honey Pop. Necopara. Tickled Dreams. Oh, no, it's Elix. It's an old sci-fi AA RPG that is like, it's really janky. It's not bad, but it's not great. It's a game. If you have nothing else to play, you can play Elix. I don't remember how the second one did. I think the second one did worse than the first. It's kind of like the same. They're really trying, you know, I gotta give it to them. They're really trying. But to me, Tainted Grail is in like a similar vein of, we have this open world RPG AA, but this has succeeded in a lot better ways. Wood. Making hot women always helps. Good that we reserved extra time for this. If UDS ends up being a bit too bloating, which it really shouldn't end up bloating the game size too much, I'll just revert back to default sky sphere and directional. The default Unreal Engine 5 one is really good anyway. Much better than Unreal Engine 4's. I think a lot of people forget how bad Unreal Engine 4 was with default settings. Scalability. You really had to get your tech artists working hard to make Unreal Engine 4 look nice. Plus side is that it had a lot less bloat. Small reminder too, I'm gonna be off on Friday. I'm doing lore work game. No stream for that. But I'll be in here. If you want to imagine me sitting in this chair, you can imagine it, because I will be here. Writing and Googling random things. Reading scientific papers that I understand very little of, in an effort to get a baseline comprehension of a fictional science fiction universe. Did I mention it's fictitious? But I'll probably be doing that at least once a week. It's something I should have done for Golden Chronicles and I didn't, but I need to do it here with a game that is so heavily story driven. Or let's say story focused. 2 packages. Let's do it. We'll see how big it ends up being. I'm gonna say though, under a gigabyte. Impressed. I don't know what the default Unreal Engine 5 build size is, but I think we'll be probably a little bit above it. Closer to 1 gigabyte than 500 megabytes. But hopefully closer to 500. We will see. We will see. Even Golden Chronicles had a lot of like art and bullshit in it. We were able to get that down pretty low. Like 6 gigabytes. I don't remember what the download size was on Steam. Not big. That's 4.4 gigabytes. I got you, bros. That had a lot of texture bullshit too in it. Find an artist who didn't know how to optimize. Yeah, apparently. Sounds like they worked on NBA. Or Helldivers 2 before they fixed it. I can only say I don't know what industry knowledge they heard about. I've never heard it in over 10 years being in game dev. That it somehow helped HDDs to have a higher, I don't know, size of, I don't know. I've never heard it. I don't even know where they're pulling that from. Maybe it's true. Maybe at some point it was true, but I've never heard that. Remind me to delete UDS. I mean, it only have to do this once unless we modify those files. Still. All right, what do we got?
And if you, in fact, if you look, come to think of it, well, I gotta look at this myself. Wow. What a view.
What a view.
Shiitake?
Open for interpretation. Okay, it's not too bad. It's actually closer to 500. That's not bad. I like that. I'll add it to a zip though for people who need it in a zip file. Quality Leering Center. Why is the zip archive so much less? Optimized than an RAR? Am I crazy? You'd think like a little bit, sure. It's different compression method. A pretty sizable difference though. 100 megabytes. Shit. Alright, let's see if it works. I could make it a resizable window though. Probably should make it a resizable. Okay, ignore the footstep sounds. They will sound delayed. They are not delayed in the game. Ignore those. We should have debug, great. I'm gonna assume that it's working fine though. Not post-processing cost. ESR is pretty heavy too. It's still fine for a playtest though.
I'm gonna come.
Just seen Colder Chronicles. Yeah, we're good there. We're good there. I have no problem. But I will make it a resizable window by default. FPS? Okay, I'll turn on the FPS. I'll do it. Although I think I turned VSync on. Fuck off. 160. You'll be fine. Well, technically ray tracing is on. Like Lumen is fully on. The benefit of a miss, we're doing mostly things with emissiveness though, and the final capture with emissiveness for global illumination is pretty much free. We will be doing megalights, which should assist with box light usage and other things, so that'll be nice. We'll see. We're gonna push it to the extremes, but we will make sure to optimize that along the way. We're not gonna save optimizing for last, but we're not gonna waste time on optimizing before we need to either. And Rex is very much aware of material and texture reuse as much as possible to limit VRAM overhead. We'll do our best. Let me... I'm just gonna hard code it for now. Nope, no options menu. That is how games don't get released into playtesting. You have a lot to learn, son. Packaging should be faster this time. Fuck options. What I need is for people to play the game, not mess around in menus. It's resizable anyway. I can just resize it. And I think I enabled full screen from that. No wasting time. Alright, how big are we now? Boom, resize. No issue. What did I name it before? Redlock. Lockout playtest. Zip it up. Perfect. F11 working? I don't know. Try it. Alright, where can I throw this onto our drive? Let's use this one instead. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, that'll be done in like 15 seconds for uploading, because thank God we have fiber. And I need to make a command. I'll make a post later in Discord, but at least you guys can download it now. Okay, where is it? There. Anyone with the link can be a viewer. Good enough. Done. Alright, try exclamation point Redlock build. Let me know what you guys see. Beautiful. There it is in all its playable glory. That's good. We got it done sooner. I was hoping that we would get it done before Thursday. We got it done before the end of Wednesday. I'm happy. Do we want any of the changes made into our main branch? Or are we okay leaving most of this the way it is? I don't imagine I'll make another build unless we do dramatic changes to the lockout. Let me go to the bathroom. We can take a look at what we have to do. We'll take a look at where we are and what we still need to do. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Slam Defender. I gotta love how that happens sometimes. I mean, I understand people being like wary. And I know you guys won't care, but there are some people that'll just refuse to do it just because some defender caught it. Even though they can see me making the build and uploading it live. Alright, we got Kotspur, who's going to take a look at common UI menu system. At some point, it's not really crucial that we do that right now. World partition data layers pipeline documentation is going to be a necessary thing that we need to do. We need to know exactly how we're going to use it and going to utilize it to very quickly iterate, to optimize the game, to build alternative routes and level layouts would be a huge one. We need to make full design documentation on saving and loading to prepare on when we want to do it, how we want to do it. That shouldn't be too challenging. I'm going to continue the lore. As I mentioned on Friday, I'm off. I'm going to be starting to write that. I want to focus mostly on the lore that is most crucial to have at this stage, which is going to be like anything relating to the facility as a whole, how it got to be where it is, and level 6. And, you know, its use cases and how it works, things like that. We have no time that needs to be finished or how long we can expect that to take. Hazard documentation is... I think that's still placeholder, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's a work in progress. We need to go through and do that. Might do that tomorrow because we are going to be working on hazards in the next milestone. Beautiful corners, work in progress. Mood boards are work in progress. Logo is being worked on as well. Although I think it's shaping up nicely. That way we can do some early branding for it. And I think it'd be nice either way to get a Steam app ID so that we can do testing, for future testing through that, and start to get it out in commercial use for trademark securing. Although it already kind of is. But that would just help give it another avenue that we can use for that. If you spam jumping, get ledge that I didn't make. I don't know what that means. It's a Bitcoin miner. Is mining Bitcoin even profitable anymore? I thought that you lose money mining Bitcoin at this point. Well, I'm not sure. What was money if you're not paying the electricity bill? We still have to buy the GPUs. It's not the jump button. As long as you're holding any input, the character will attempt to grab. That is very much intentional. Buying Bitcoin on your PC. I would hope that this doesn't show too high of GPU usage for super simple, bare bones materials. I would hope. Got your character floating? Well, don't jump in places you're not supposed to jump. There is frame rate. There's VSync. VSync is turned on. You can, it is development build, so you can turn it off if you want. But no, I turned on VSync. But as a development build, you can override anything if you want. Alt tab out of the game, then click back and press space. I mean, this isn't the game, to be fair. I would just tell you not to do that. Yeah, just don't do that. The playtest. I'll take a look in the build, though. Let me do that. That'll be something we have to fix. Another thing that we have to fix that's from fucking ALS. Nobody told me that there'd be this many bugs with ALS. They said Alt tab, click back in and press space. I don't see that. Yeah, there's not gonna be any exit menu either. To miner.pliat. That's a great file extension. I love it. Oh, you know what? It's not, your character isn't floating. Just press tab. I forgot that I left my debug keys in. And they don't appear in shipping builds, but because this is not a shipping build, it's a dev build. I'll fix that. I'll remove those. It's turning on slow-mo. What's happening? Moore's is way worse. Yeah, Moore's is fucking horrible. ALS is better. I don't think anybody has a released game on Steam that uses Moore's template, for the very obvious reasons that it is not a it should not be an existing template. Nobody should use that, not even for prototyping. That's like Baby's first Unreal Engine project, and they thought it was so good that they wanted to make a template with it. For people who don't know, Moore's RPG template is supposedly an RPG template where pretty much absolutely everything is running on the player character. Like everything. Including damage, calculations, all the player animations, and literally everything is on the player character. Yes, it should. It's horrible. That's the most ridiculous spaghetti ever. It is the exact opposite of what a template should be. Our immersive sim toolkit is more of a template right now than Moore's ever has been. No, you sent some screenshots to me a long time ago. I don't want to look at that again. I have a desire to live and not commit suicide. So I'm okay with not looking at it. There's nothing in there that I haven't made already anyway. You can make that jump. You deserve to be speedrunning champion. I think I've only made that like twice. Crazy time skip. The nice thing about Google Drive is I can just upload on the same file name and it'll replace it. I do miss our books from Golden Crown. Those were good. Those were fantastic. They beautifully affected the game. They will actually keep the older version of the file permanently unless you tell it not to. Funnily enough. I used to do that for my Darkest Dungeon mods. Live update? Wait, you're doing live updates for a game on Google Drive? That's a choice. I can still do it through Steam. I'm gonna build for testing there. Not a Steam game? What is it, mobile? Oh, is it like an APK or something? Okay, I see. That makes more sense. Like, here's our PC game with live updates via Google Drive. That would be pretty scuffed. Somebody did want to spend money for storage for testing. What, unlike Google? Where it's like $2 for another 100 gigabytes? Or something crazy like that? Probably lower the timings of those. Anything AWS S3 buckets? I wouldn't, if you guys want, use, AWS is kind of expensive. I would definitely recommend giving, oh god, what's it called? A horrible name. It's owned by Ubisoft, which I know is pretty scary to think about these days. But it has like 80% cheaper storage than AWS. And game servers. It's a horrible name for it. Ubisoft Game Server Company. i3D. Yeah. AWS, but like 80 to 90% cheaper. Good for game servers too, if anybody's running like an MMO. Steam does have some built-in stuff, yeah. Steam is good. We'll get a Steam app ID up. Now that I am well versed in making builds for Steam. I'll do that soon because it definitely helped with, oh my god, I forgot that comes out of nowhere. I almost missed that. That definitely helped with Point Pusher and Golden Chronicles testing. Although we'd have to give keys to people. I can pass the first room and I'm ready to give up. I guess I suck at these games. Where are you getting stuck? Because there's a difference between I suck at these games and this jump is unfair for being so early in the game. Show me on, show me on here if you can. And point, or tell me where. Yeah, show us on the doll. After the pink jump. Which way did you go, left or right? Or send it on Discord if you want. Get a screenshot. Went right and saw a dead end, then went left and could get the second jump. Okay, left is the try-hard sweaty route. Right, there is no dead end, but it might look like that. But it's a bit of a vertical area. there shouldn't be I don't think there's gonna be any dead ends that you'll find in the game. There might be a couple, but I think you'll know if they're dead ends. Needs more indication that's dead end. Like here, did you jump over to like this and not go up the crystal? Okay. Hmm. I did kind of intend for that. I'll keep that in my mind. No, it's good. Like you mentioned it, if like everybody else mentions it, then we gotta fix it. If it's just you mentioning it, it is a you problem. But no, it's okay. It's good. That's all feedback that I want, because if you say it, everybody else says it, True Nightmare says it, other people, then we need to take a look at it. I don't think it's going to get easier to notice when we add in final artwork, because it'll kind of hide the proper routes. No yellow paint. Although if I did yellow paint, it would only lead to dead ends and never be on the main path. Just to fuck with people. You like that? Okay. We'll do it. I don't like that auto teleport. Won't work though. I mean, I could do shipping builds from now on. No, I'll just skip it. Okay, wait, I do need it for the build though. I was going to remove the debug buttons. Where did I throw those? Oh, they're down here. I had tabs somewhere slowing the game down. I forgot where I put that. Maybe in the controller? Search. Well, there's that one. Alright, I should fix that problem. This is not a necessary build. Just be careful when you press. If you have like weird slowdowns, just press tab until it gets back to normal speed, because it'll flip-flop. The new build will not have those. I think it's hard to see the routes of the moving platforms too. But I think in every case you are able to watch the patterns beforehand. So speedrunners will know the patterns, but if it's your first time, you might not know the patterns. I'm okay with that. Okay, Redlock, lockout, playtest. 1426. We'll delete the old version. Playtest build. Yeah, I don't know if we want to keep any of this stuff. It would be nice when we do. I might just backport level changes to this. Or I could merge it, it's not the end of the. We'll see. Alright, good enough for me. I will make sure to make a Discord message today about it, and maybe make a channel for it too. Discussion. We will spend the rest of the stream trying to get to the end, just make sure that there's no major bugs or issues that prevent completion. Worked good. I mean, you do have dev commands, so you can always r/setres there, not slash. Dot setres. Fuck me. Mess around with it as much as you need to. Runs well at 4K, good, awesome. Yeah, it really shouldn't be demanding, it's just that the emissiveness is gonna look like shit. But it was easier to do that than mess around with point lights or spotlights, trying to aim them where I needed. Whoop. Alright, I'll do the time skip. I'll do it. Doing it. I fucking missed. I missed. I always bash my head there at the place that I put in order to bash your head. I see no problem. Well, I'll try to find some speedrunners too. I don't know if I have any in my community, but maybe there are some that are willing to, you know, just goon off to every new game like this, no matter how incomplete it is. And to be fair, it currently has fewer stolen assets than Only Up, because it doesn't have any. That's a positive. We're joking. Playtest in engine, no failures. Playtest on build. Choke Central. The Thai massage parlor with this much choke. Probably should disable those screen messages. Up C-spawn. What I missed? We have the build out. If you want to play. Rip. I think you were supposed to be able to jump up here and I put a block here and now you can't. I think I need to put a block back. You know what we could do is during development, we take the builds that we have released, and every week we take the fastest time for completion, and we give that person a free Steam key. Only trouble is it would be pretty easy to cheat. Maybe you'd have to record it, I think we would do. I need to move that. Move that that box too far up. Michelin Man has always been blue. Could I learn DaVinci Resolve and how to splice videos? I think I would see it. He was right there. No, it might just be from the lighting. But he's always been blue. I like this level a lot. Good variety. But it'll be good to get this in the eyes of somebody who hasn't watched us build the level. Just to make sure that there's at least a little bit of guidance or cruising around for the right path. Alright, we can't mess up on that last jump. I'm trying to find you. Oh, don't feel bad. There's very little guidance at the moment. You're still better than my wife. She basically stood in the first room and said, I don't know where to go. She's a dirty, casual Sims player. Actually, do we want to go over to the... I think players might go over to that right now, and I don't have that set up properly. I probably should put it like a little helper with tooltip. I probably should. We still have time. We'll go over there for the sake of it, though. We'll do the proper path, which is up first. Although both ways work, but you will eventually have to go up this way. So. Ooh. Careful. That's kind of hard, didn't I? I've seen this guy's booty every time I get into a tight corner. Maybe we should add some hot lady model wearing her sci-fi spacesuit bikini. Okay, over here. We'll pretend we turn these on. Click, 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 turned on. Oop, can't go that way. We'll pretend we turn that one on too. Click, 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 turned on. Go in here, we turn on the geothermal power, bloop, bloop, bloop. Vroom, vroom. Alright, geothermal power is back on. That was easy. Okay, at least I turned on geothermal power though. That is a good part. It kind of saves us because we probably would have had to climb up the cliff face again. And this way, once we get past the lava river, we can just go up the normal way. Although I think that takes longer. I clench on that jump every time. Fuck me. I was aiming the wrong way when I jumped. Shut up, Rex. How you doing, man? I feel like we'll have to iterate on the rocks in this game quite a lot. It's gonna be like a climbing wall, right? So we're gonna need rocks that that are like very flat. They're like straight cliff faces. And then we'll need ones maybe like a little bit differently colored, which is actually where mesh blend is gonna help a lot with us. Because the player will have to visually see the pathway that they need to take. I wonder if there are any reference games we could use. That do natural guidance by the meshes and materials. That's only really going to be important for level 6, but still important. We'll probably have to do the same thing though with the facility as well. I'm not doing the time skip. Yeah, well, we'll take it easy, because I don't think that we're going to do any meshing until... I mean, we'll do meshing as soon as we feel we need to. But we don't need to rush it, what I want to say. The good news is we can just make it look good. We don't need to waste any time trying to force it in. That one is really fast. I did not need to take that risk. That was almost very stupid of me. I like that the player can look at the, what's supposed to be like the side of the rock face there, and they can figure out where they need to climb. And we'll have to achieve that with the final level art as well. In ways that aren't yellow paint. A good challenge. I think we'll find that like less is more when it comes to both the texturing as well as the level design and art. But I'd rather spend as much time as we need to in this level, in level 6 of the facility, making sure that we do it right. Pink paint. What, for breast cancer awareness? Oh, fuck off. Kidney failure awareness. Oh, a player can kind of get stuck back here, can't they? You can jump your way out, but I might fix it. You bastard, you didn't grab on. Oh my god. I've never had this much problem with this vent until today. I'm about ready to take the secret route. I forgot to delete the point lights in here too. That's fine, I'll leave the point lights. Yeah, that jump's a bit too annoying. Mainly the camera fault, but we know that. I like the views you can see from up here. I did not delete this point light. Alright, we're almost up there. Don't choke now. Thank God. We can do it, chat. We can do it. Nope. Where's the next checkpoint? Up in the final section. But not for a while. Not for a while. This last part isn't too bad, though. Do I do the risky jump from all the way up here? You don't have to. You can jump from the last crystal. I might do the risk. I forgot it goes so far under. Damn, I suck at... Hey, I kind of do too. Bunny hop, not sprint hop. There it is. Oh, this one. I think this one takes us all the way around. Ooh. Boy, oh boy. I'd mode like no lava, because that shit's far too long, would kill my eyes. We'll make it less intense, but I do like the intensity. It's better than blue lava. Burning your retinas at 11 p.m. At least this is like a screen filter for sleepy time. We're almost there. Almost there. Don't choke. This will be the world record attempt because it will be the first time that somebody has actually played this game fully through. I'm not doing the time skip here though. You cannot convince me to do the time skip. That's a fake one. So with the very first time platform bit, I fell down, and now when I try to get back up, first platform I slowly climb onto is the time too short for me. Very first time platform bit. Give me 1 second. You're gonna tell me where it is. Unless you can take a screenshot and send it to me in Discord, but if not, you can show me again an engine. Two time skip? No. That time skip's hard. Right at the end too. That screenshot? Okay, perfect. Oh, I think I know the one. I know the one. And I know why. And I agree. I'm gonna fix that. I'll let you know when the build with the fix for that is up. You're supposed to be able to climb back up to the ground where you start jumping on those, but I messed up the placement of something. And you're forced to jump up on that time platform that is very short in time. Yeah, that one is also not a you problem. That is a I fucked up. It should be. Oh wait, why am I going up? It should be like that. Yeah, don't worry. That is very much not a you problem. We're fine. wonder if going up the quote-unquote... I wonder what the fastest way is. I'll be very curious to see speedrunners do this section. I have no clue what the fastest and slowest route up this elevator is. It might just be faster to go straight up the sides like this. But you can't do that for very long. God, imagine I missed that. Fall straight down. Isn't people with acrophobia to playtest the game? Get some interesting feedback. What's acrophobia? Oh, is that fear of heights? I have fear of heights. And I do clench my butthole a bit whenever I'm falling down places in games. Like I panic in real life. I also kind of do it in games too. Well, for a while, and may I ask your how you finance your solo endeavors? Or is it like Coin Pusher is free? You do the stream thing full time? Yes. The answer is there. Not a happy one. My wife does do some work. But she deserves to be paid more, I can say that. I like this section. Pretty fun. Yeah, I don't recommend AD Dev if you're looking for money. Or stress-free life. In fact, if you're looking for any sort of stability, I wouldn't recommend game dev. I think begging on the street could make me more money than I do with this. With how many times I'm falling, it might be less embarrassing. Almost fell. Go out and beg. I think other indie developers would see it and be like, yeah, average indie dev experience. Or they'd be like, damn, he's making so much more money than me. I think this room will be the one where I get the most complaints about not knowing the route. I'm okay with some of it though. All I can say is I'm 100% happy with this time that we're getting. This is really, really good. Right in that 30 to 60 minutes. And I know the routes already. I'm happy with that. I do need to, I should have put some text before what those numbers mean. I'll fix the issue that Frades has. And I'll fix the text on that. I forgot to do that. But that's pretty good. 6.5. Another 30 minutes for that. I could do some subtractions too if we want to show time for just that level. Let me fix that. We have all the numbers anyway, so that's pretty good. That's fixed. I was going to put something in the startup level too. We're suppressing those screen messages. I'll keep the checkpoint unlocks. I don't think those are annoying. And if anything, it's nice that players know that they are there. Do that one. And the finish. I'm just like a guy from Monty Python. It's just a flesh wound. Damn, make me want to watch that movie again. Okay, playtime to reach section 2. Let me just do it this way. Wait for fixed update. I already got some to play a bit later. Doesn't know anything about you or the game. Well, thank you, Fraze. Yeah, thank you so much. I will have the new build out 5 to 10 minutes. Just fixing this up. Hopefully they are aware, though, of how early the game is. But I think that the startup message helps to focus what we're needing to do. That's good. Those numbers are mostly for me anyway. Oh, you stream it too if you're interested to see? Yeah, I'm absolutely. No, I mean, you can 100% stream it if you need to. Okay, new build. Okay. There wasn't anything else I needed to touch. Oh yeah, I was gonna put the message on level 2 about the optional pathway. Maybe I'll make the ones that you need to get by a different color. Just for people that want to try it and see if they like that pathway. Right is an optional objective. Where you have to turn on thermal power plants. The video footage could help. Yeah, just because like somebody might mention that there was a tough jump or something that wasn't annoying them, and it would be easier to see exactly where that happens. So definitely. Yeah, thank you for that. Really pretty big. I could make the escape, or I can make like a super simple escape menu. I can make a super simple escape menu. That'll be fast. It'll give me more than 5 minutes to get the new build. Connects up with the main. I could make a very simple screen message just for geothermal power plant. I feel like that's gonna be. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I'll make this a different color. These different color than green then. Yeah, they aren't confusing. Okay, something super simple. Box collision. Begin overlap is equal to player character. Get the game instance, and I'll add a variable for that. Putting that in here. Okay, increment. Good enough for me. Oh, we want to print too. Print the new value. I don't need it to look pretty, I just need it to work. We will do... No, let's do it this way. Optional objective complete. Not the greatest screen message right now, but it will work. Okay. Where is it? Redirector? Oh. Look for mark that one route that you said players shouldn't go to. Is that what you're doing now? Where did I say that the player shouldn't go to? Did I say that? I don't remember where. I'll find it. Okay, thank you. I'm very forgetful. Appreciate the layup on that one. Alright, that's good enough. That should handle those. And I needed to add in... I want to add in that the player completed the objective on the finish screen. Because that'll help factor in how much time they took. Admittedly. Okay, replacement text. We're just gonna do get game instance, not that one. That one. Get reactors turned on. Do a select. Or I can actually just plug in the boolean directly. Greater than or equal to 3. I don't know why it would be greater than 3, but can't fault me. Good enough. I can just double check if that works. Reactors turned on, 1 out of 3. What else did I say I would do? Oh, escape. An escape menu. Simple escape menu. Super bare bones. Okay, all reactors turn on. Optional objective complete. Beautiful. Cool. Center 0.5, 0.5, 0, 0. Order. Order. Content padding 2. Content padding 5. Brush color black. Brush color, whatever this is. Okay, text. Wait, wrap with a vertical box. Image. Game pause. Color black. Image padding, all sides 10. Color black. Brush, image size Y2. Duplicate. Do a horizontal box. Button, text, B, restart. Actually, I could just copy in the buttons from the finish. Why complicate? Order tooltip. What did I say? Actually, do we want to go over to the... Shut up. I think players might go over to that right now, and I don't have that set up properly. We set that up properly. That is good. Thank you for reminding me we did do that. All good. Never send me anything again. That wasted so much time. I think I'm gonna kill myself. Okay, set game paused. And then we want to... No, we should just be able to set the game paused. I'm just kidding. I appreciate that. I can put more than 5 padding. I'm gonna do 15 padding. Looks dumb, I like it. Uninitialized. Set game paused. We want to do that specifically because it will affect the timer, so good thing for us. Okay, all those should be fine. Force input on game. Game pause, remove from parent. Yeah, I don't really care if we make a new escape menu every time the player presses escape. Fine with me. Okay, KYS inputs. I did move it to the right place. I think it's still in here. I'll add it here. IA escape menu. Let's throw it in here. Okay, not the right place to put it, but I'm gonna put it here. Could work. Okay, won't work here because I have. I'll set up a separate tester for it. Put it on numpad minus. I was trying to do the scene captures back here, but I can't do it because it needs a couple frames to do it. Okay, looks good. We got it. New build time. Google Drive pulled up, ready to go. If anybody wants to try it out, although don't do it yet because I need to upload the new build. You know what? I'll tell you guys when it's done. What to type. Maybe give it like 5 seconds. Almost done. Alright, we're good to go. Type in Redlock build, exclamation point Redlock build, and you'll be able to download the new build. We're good to go. How many monitors? I have 2 monitors. I only have 2. I used to have 3 back when I was in the States, but now I don't have desks large enough for 3. Yep, same link as last time, should have the new build. I don't have any versioning in game to show you that, but that'll be the new one. You'll know because you can press escape, and you should have an escape menu. Theoretically. You also shouldn't get any annoying screen messages about virtual shadow maps. And the optional route will, at a very basic level, work. Yeah, we're good. Oh, and the part that you got stuck on, Frades, will be much better now. But I really appreciate you testing these things. We'll get to that point and see if it's a bit easy. Or I should say, as intended. And we should have it properly check if player has completed the optional. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's much better now. I think I didn't hook up the start of the level teleport though. And so it might just clip you into the ground again. Damn it. What I get for rushing the build out. Lesson learned. Oh, that too was supposed to be pulled down back. Okay, I know a couple things I need to do. Oh no, the restart's still working. Okay, the restart's fine. I move that in a little bit, it should be better. Yeah, that's better. Weird though. The restart doesn't work. Oh no, it's working now. I don't know why it was borking out before then. It's working just fine now. Start here. I don't know. There's gonna be one person that helps. Somebody's just looking around, not knowing where to go. My wife primarily. When she loaded it up, she's like, where do I go? Do I go up here? Like, the only place to go. It'd be kind of crazy if it wasn't the right way to go. Do another one. This one's really minor though. You don't have to download this one. I should have done a pass to ensure everything's in the right data layers. I didn't do that. I'll check. Check while it's zipping. Would you look at that? I didn't put those in the right data layer. Are you kidding me? Now we're good. Yeah, everything will be in the same link. But I will get a... I'll pay the $100. I'll get a new app ID for Redlock. And that way we can start doing playtests through Steam. Alright, the latest one is going up. I don't think that will have fixed any bugs, but it will for sure have fixed them if they were there. I didn't see them there. Beautiful. Alright, it's up. I want to test not here, but I want to test... Did put the teleport back. No, I didn't. Yeah, I want to test if the code works for the optional objective. For sure we have the final checkpoint. Why isn't that building? Did I mess up? I unhooked something that I shouldn't. Yeah, I did. Hold on. Gotta make another one. This is what happens, by the way, when you do not do testing for your or you put out releases. A test for the you really do. There's quite a rigorous testing pipeline that most studios have before release, and I think people should always be glad when they see it like a new build go out for a game and it's completely stable and doesn't introduce new bugs. Especially for like big games. For me, Starfield when it released barely had any major issues. And there were only, I think, 2 quests that I had to fix via the console. Which for a new game like that is pretty rare. I was very impressed. Yeah, well, you can't fix that with testing it. Although I do think the game had soul. I will say I played a lot of Starfield. I think it's just it makes a couple of big fumbles. A couple of very, very large fumbles. But I can see and I can respect the vision. I just don't think they achieved it in some ways. I figure out how the ship controls worked. In Starfield? It's pretty gamified. It was just WASD. Alright, you'll want this one. This one has the working stats. I fucked up the stats. I apologize. Uploading it now. The one thing that I shouldn't have. And it's up. Okay, we don't need this. Don't need. All of that's good. We do have some things to do. I might save these for different milestone. For sure this could be saved for milestone 2. This could be saved for milestone 2. That's much further in the future. This was failure. We need a better implementation. GTA Vice City helicopter controls. I think they did a really good job with the helicopter controls in GTA 5. Actually, controls for pretty much all the machines and vehicles were really, really well done in GTA 5. Yeah, we got lore stuff we need to work on. What do we want to do tomorrow? I think tomorrow we can write up some documentation. It'll be kind of boring, but I gotta do it. We could fill out hazards. Hazards won't take too long. Saving and loading would be good to do there too. And we'll see if we get any time after that. That's gonna kind of be my Friday, because that'll be the last stream of the week. I'm off on Friday to do lore writing. So we'll see when we get done, and we can do a couple of Tim Kaine videos tomorrow maybe. I don't want to jump into the world partition and data layer stuff. Not yet. But that'll probably be what we start on Monday. We need at least a bare bones technical design document regarding how we want to handle that and how it's supposed to work properly. So that'll be a bit of a leering day. We'll call in to the Quality Leering Center and we're gonna leer. But we're making good time. We're making really good time. I would like to have these 2 milestones done by end of March. And I'm very happy with how much we've been able to do in the first 2 weeks of January already. Level 6 blockout, as long as people find it fun, I think the level 6 blockout is pretty much done. Hazard documentation, saving and loading should be done tomorrow too. And we'll let Rex keep cooking with the beautiful corner, and that will be something that we need to iterate on. So we're not going to be doing anything with nothing too major with artwork for level 6 in milestone 2. So I want to just keep working until we have like a cavern wall, some lava, some platforms, some rocks, a couple of facility pieces that look good and are visually acceptable. We've optimized our master material, we're limiting texture uses, we're using mesh blend, and we can just kind of judge how well it performs. And if we want to test scaling that up further, we can, but I think we'll just take our time. Most important thing is just, like, it needs to look good, it needs to look cool, it needs to look sci-fi, but also we need to, for sure, anything that the player platforms on needs to be visually clear. That'll be priority number 1. Even if it looks a little out of place, as long as it is, the player looks at it and sees, okay, there's a pathway up here, how do I get to the bottom of that pathway? Yellow paint it is, then fuck yellow paint. You need yellow paint to play a game, then you need to play a different game. We'll play Hello Kitty Island Adventure, okay? Milestone 2 should be pretty fun, though. I should probably see if this is on sale. We'll buy it now, because we know we're going to use it. No, it's not on sale. Holy shit. Stop moving! Stop! Stop it! Stop. I'm going to lose my mind. Yeah, what's free? Sci-fi mech, 3 stars. Okay. I don't think we're gonna use that. I don't know if we're gonna have like a bunch of crazy mechs. Why does it have player hands attached to this in like some weird... Fuck? Why does that look so weird? Are they moving their furniture every day? I wouldn't know. I honestly couldn't tell you. They're pretty nice looking. Good props. Graveyard's nice too. I think the texturing work is really well done on this. It's very easy to make rock textures that are hard to tell apart when you place them next to each other, but this is not bad. That's a good pack. Looks nice, especially with the interiors. Nanite and Lumen tested. I've seen some pretty cool stuff done with Lumen these days, especially with like grass. There's something I saw on Twitter this morning with Lumen with Nanite grass. Super impressive. Yeah, from 80 level. It is getting compressed to shit. It looks really nice. Yeah, and there was this guy showing the PCG setup. Scraped floor chat. God, I hate that. No uniform bending. No complex wind nodes. That's very impressive. No vertex paint, no heavy math. Wow. It looks good. When operates as a 3D cell that wanders the level randomly. That's a cool solution. Cell wanders, turns, pivots, and pushes the grass as it moves. Huh. Very impressive. Why it looks out of place. It's this kind of stuff that I wish I was better at doing. Complex game systems, easy. Grass, I'll just go kill myself. Alright, I'm done for today. I got everything done. The build is up. Reminder, you can type in Redlock build, or if you're on our Discord, I will post an announcement for people and open up a channel, but I gotta get home and let me, get some food in my belly first. Tomorrow we will do some documentation writing. Friday I am off to work on lore, and I can share that with you guys on Monday. And next week I think we will just dive deeper into data layers and really figure out what our expected pipeline is here and how we can easily set up a level, if we need to use level instances, the best methodologies for that. It'll probably just be reading a lot of documentation, watching a lot of videos, and figuring out at least the first draft pathway of what we should be doing instead. And just like how to stream, how to level stream efficiently. Because I think our entire game is going to be one big level streaming tech test. And I want to make sure that we aren't pushing the boundaries of players' PCs too far. It's going to be a heavy game. We know that 100%. We just need to figure out the best pathway forward for that. All right. I'm done yapping. Guys, thanks for showing up. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Catch you next time. Peace. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And if you play our build, thank you for testing it out. And let me know. Take a screenshot of the final stats screen. And you can send it to me DMs, or you can post it anywhere in the Discord. I'm very curious to see how long it takes you to beat it, how many deaths you get, whether or not you do the optional objective, general feelings. I'll get something loaded up for that. So, peace. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye, guys.